Hopefully I got enough water to last me the night. If not, we might have to take a little water break. Because I didn't get my huge bottle, I only have a cup. But yeah, basically with what happened last session, we found out Drebber's workshop, and we basically went in there, tried to find out where he escaped, or actually where he hid. And Sherlock, or sorry, Sholmes being Sholmes, he took his sweet ass time to actually disarm the time bomb with 7 seconds remaining. And then Drebber's like, he's like, oh, you got that time bomb. It's like, wait, that one? It's like, there's another one? And little did everyone know, anyone know, I mean, there's a second time bomb on the kinesis machine on the experimentation stage that was planted there. And unfortunately, it went off. So that whole machine blew up into smithereens, along with probably, I would assume, the what was it? Actually, what term did they use for the Scotland Yard cops and stuff, or the officers or whatever? I forget. But yeah, they got caught in the blast too, and this is basically just after we realized that the explosion happened. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. It should be. Even I, with nothing left. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Yeah, bye-bye. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do your hardest, or do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Sholmes. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last, I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. That's Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Oh, anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers?
Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a post-trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. All in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Us lowly not the yard are just do all we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
Go on, let's investigate some of this new evidence. Let's start with this one. Bloodstain? That's worrying. He's given up on having a watch.
Look, Mr. Naruto.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here, there seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You had to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh. Yes, you're quite right, of course.
Where's Asada-san? She looks devastated. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. Hey!
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure.
There's a metal plaque here. Look.
Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Oh, there's like the lock. I was like, what is like, wait, can't you just take this out? I was like, no, the lock's right here.
This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know, it's starting to make me livid actually.
Mr. Naruto, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless.
Well, yes, that's true, but I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry. Huh. So, condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality, the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17 June, Courtney Stevens. Ah, no, Courtney Sith, right. Stevens. Oh, have I heard that name before? I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel, and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Here we go. Rabble. Ooh. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. All the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexities of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend and ensure the smooth running of the trial. Oh my god. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. Could it be anyone else? But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. It would appear that the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Oh, of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception, deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should fear the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. Been said on one, that's it, isn't it?
It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? What? An explosion? This is an outrage!
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the morning. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber.
Okay, we'll take this print as evidence, Counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, also before that. I don't think I see anything in particular around the stage. I think, like, the only main thing is the fact that this thing opens up here. Yeah. The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. Most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zeeks rightfully says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of clever fraudsters. Names, Counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Adi Asmund. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the courts.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too. I have exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, isn't it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that.
I am aware of it.
There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
We've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. But a body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely the construction of what by all accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police have found this Royal Society trophy for a young talent in science here. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If my hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of science? Counsel for the defense. No cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. This might be a tough one. Let's see.
Hold it!
So you are already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself? Not really. By chance I seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take out my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asmund approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrained certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility we have to explore. Unfortunately though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. It's the plan all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Hold it!
Of course, that's it! Mr. Asmund was a twin!
Objection!
Ryunosuke, what the hell did... What did Lord Van Zeek just say earlier, dude? Come on. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick. If there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sith absolutely ruled that as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asmund then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. The waxwork? But then that person or waxwork?
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports, from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Oh, truly. Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of the machine that I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? Broken vertebra. How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know?
According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he had been stabbed in the chest with a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of the fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allow my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Have you ever built furniture from IKEA? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Damn. Very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruto. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Hey Detail, how's it going? Yes, and really, excuse me, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue with its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work. I won't let them get away with it. And seeing the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? I feel like it's the third statement, yeah. I didn't really examine this, did I? Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it's because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. No, we don't show this one yet. Blueprints. Let me see. So, there's nothing to object to here. Machine with the blueprints and the thing. Okay, so, you know.
He just made it according to instructions. There's nothing to really pick at there, honestly. Did the victim have a twin? The only other thing we know is just like how convincing the waxhead stuff is, but the thing is that we saw, at least in the intro, Mr. Asmund, or the lookalike, depending on how this is set up, walked into the birdcage. Or was there enough smoke from the machine during that opening, and it was swapped or something? Maybe. Let me check this again. The wooden cage that was used to crash down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, damaging its base. Spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads. Above their heads and then crash head first. Oh, duh. Duh. It's one of those nights now, isn't it? Hello? Cracked at the base.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite, that's the opposite where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at this base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower. Yet, the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Wait, what? Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness. Okay. I feel like Drebber is like trying to either throw us off, or he was really trying to say something here. Because like during a lot of his other lines of dialogue, his dialogue always highlights particular phrases. I mean, very important ones. But I feel like with how often it comes off, I feel like he's doing this to. I feel like he's being a bit meta about this, which I don't think that's the case at all. But I feel like that. It's like, how many times has he highlighted his own letters in orange at this point? Because like it came up so often during the entire testimony as well. Although I guess they just really want to drive home like very particular things that he did or didn't do, or you know, all that specific technical stuff. But anyways, well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical explanation we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim that it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion, an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry. I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, there's one more point. That the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ah, nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Oh, duh.
Objection!
Oh. Never mind then. Because I thought that... No, but it felt... Okay, no, sorry, I was jumping to conclusions there. Because like, the moment I saw the hole here, I'm like... Oh, but then I was like, wait, if it fell through, how to get back up? Duh. Return journey to Japan! Give the course an answer for about 4 months though. Sounds serious. There's nowhere else where it could have fallen from. Do we go back to the balloon? I guess so.
Objection!
Nah. Okay, hold on. Okay. So, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive, sure. Witnesses that saw it, okay. The neck broke because of the fall, okay.
Victim must have fallen from somewhere. Balloon that exploded was 60 feet up. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. Oh, the point where it landed was already 30 feet up, and the difference. Yeah. There's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. So we have to rule out the balloon and then find. Huh. Crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the bird cage to have fallen from. I show. Okay, I feel like I'm just doing like trial and error at this point.
Objection!
Okay. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Oh wait. Oh, the statement seems to trip everyone up. Yeah, like... what was it, let me go back to that. Because, like, with some of the new evidence that we get, like, people would immediately think, like, oh, like, the birdcage could have fallen because, you know, it's like, we see the gaping hole, we can finally use it now. It's like, yeah, no, it's like, kind of jumping ahead here. Because they already have the whole thing about, or, what was it? Oh, actually, never mind. I'm not sure how to exactly explain what I'm currently thinking. Wait, how you doing, Beretta? You'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears that the defense is a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, Counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to on the same diagram. The alternative location for which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. The alternative location from which the I'm getting things mixed up then. So then, because of the hole, then we can show, because the diagram kind of shows us like the height, and then we can kind of compare the height of the fall from here with like the photograph of the hole wasn't enough, but we need to show the actual height. I think that's what they're trying to do here.
Take that!
Yeah. Like, right answer, wrong method, basically. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's
Well, the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was on the machine, or was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height from above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen at almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Actually, we do. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, that's true. However, the stage still stands. Hey, Origami, thank you for the host, how you doing? And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that we used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh!
Objection!
Well. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On two accounts. Two? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. I believe members of the Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. No nonsense with a crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to. Motive. I have to think of everything myself, man. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Vanseeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. Excuse me. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Oh. Well, shit. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Ah! It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Old Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Not like this. So wait, Mr. Audie Asman hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of the machine. Receive 30% of all remunerations from grants and other income. That both contracting parties are alive. I feel like there's something else we need to point out with this, but we don't know right now. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Rejoinder? Hey Bryce, how you doing? Good. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came in to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Ooh. What else can you object about, Ryunosuke? At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. And now we know there must have been 2. You know, how about me? I'm doing alright. Didn't really do much today, just chilling as per usual. Oh yeah, also reading about the Genshin drama that's all going on right now. About the anniversary rewards being absolute garbage and the collective player base from every region being kind of up in arms about it, or at least a significant portion, especially with all the review bombing going on and everything. And I'm like, man, MiHoYo, you have one of the biggest gachas on the fucking market. Would it kill you to give a generous 1-year anniversary to make the player base like happy that they're playing your fucking game, while keeping them happy enough to keep playing even more during this anniversary period? Take a page from Cygames, with the exception of the model card fiasco earlier this year. Take a page from anything else beforehand with the anniversary shit. Free 10 pulls per day, or if they're being stingy, single pulls per day. Or increase, mats on farming certain things, or reduce resin costs so people can farm more shit. And just a ton of freebies.
to commemorate the fact that, hey, they made it to be one of the biggest household names in the gacha market. I was like, best I can do is a 10 pull. It's like, and worst of all, it's not even a straight up 10 pull. Oh, here's your daily login for the week to celebrate anniversary. Here's a 10 pull that you have to wait for over the course of an entire fucking week. I'm like, you fucking what? You fucking what? They could have given 90 fates for a standard banner and not really lose anything. Yeah, like, I don't know, they could have given, they could have given like a free 100 pulls on the standard banner or whatever, or just something, or even better, give free pulls on a very like exclusive anniversary banner, like that has like a whole bunch of rate ups on like very important or cool characters that people could get or some shit. I don't know, dude. But just like, man, best I can do is having people wait a week for a 10 pull. I'm like, come on. You know how gacha player like fan or player bases can, or gacha player bases can be at times if they're even mistreated or slighted in the, well, slightest of ways. And then you do this, people put hundreds, if not thousands, or tens of thousands of dollars, or tons of hours or time into the game, grinding it out, enjoying the various content, challenge, story, or just general exploring if they just like that. And it's like, for all that time and effort and also money, here's one 10 pull. I'm like, that's it? So correction, Genshin does not have login rewards normally. Rather, you get your daily stipend of primo gems from dailies. But I don't understand how. I guess like they're just so complacent that it's like, oh, people just keep spending a ton of freaking money. We don't really need to do much. Just give them something. I don't fucking know, dude. You gotta work to be free to play. Like, is it really gonna hurt like their income to give people like 100 free pulls or something like that, when if you want people to like get the biggest benefit out of their characters by C6ing them or something to that extent, I don't know, it's like you're gonna need more than just 100 unless you're a freaking luck sack. So I'm just like, hello? It just boggles my mind. And I don't even play the game. I refused from the announcement of it. Well, mostly because I just didn't want to get into another gacha game. I refused from the announcement of it. I was like, I will not get into Genshin. I'm like, it looks neat and all, but it's like the rates, some potential troubles with like MiHoYo in general. Although Honkai Impact Third is pretty good, at least from what I've seen a friend play. And funnily enough, from what my friend said, since he plays Honkai regularly still, they've done a good job of an anniversary with Honkai. And yet for Genshin, they're just like 10 pull. I'm like, I believe like my friend said they gave a free S or SS character or Valkyrie or something. They gave like something of significance for free. That's what I want to drive home. They gave something significant free to commemorate the anniversary. And then Genshin's like, here's a 10 pull where you can get fuck all. Alright. He's not playing Genshin a while ago with dailies and stuff being repetitive. Even if they gave 100 free pulls on the current banner, it wouldn't lose them much due to the current 5-star being lacking. Oh yeah, people are also kind of mad about the current banner kind of being, or at least like the new character being lackluster, I think. Something like that. Current 5-star is the lowest earner day one of every banner. Yeah, you really have to mess it up to be the lowest earner. Cause like people really like the entire Genshin cast. Although at this point, I'm like, man, I don't understand like people liking it that much, but I mean, since I haven't played it myself, I don't really know. But I've watched my friends like play it and go through some events and stuff on Discord streams and stuff. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool and all right, but I wouldn't say it's like super like top tier, like oh my god, best game or gotcha in the world or some crap. I'm like, because I've seen some of the rabid parts of the fan base. I'm like, really? Like, is this like baby's first gotcha? Which honestly, given the marketing and the massive player base in general, I would assume is baby's first gotcha in general at this point. But it's like, so issue you're finding with Genshin is that they only run one limited banner at a time, which is pretty bad since that means reruns come back very slowly. Yeah, there's like a lot of like different things they could take lessons from with how to run banners and like keep keep a steady flow of currency going so that people would feel like what was it, keep people feeling like they have a chance on most banners that they can pull on. Basically me when I look at the romancing saga what was it, the romancing saga mobile game banners, like the anniversary period has been over for a while, and I've always been able to stockpile like basically every 3 4ish banners to like try my luck and have a very good shot at pulling at who I want. And like and you can build up your funds like pretty quickly, and I just started playing like what was it, and again this is after the anniversary period, and I've cleared out plenty of content, so I don't have too many or as many free gems or a currency to pull with. So I'm like, just looking at like just like the treatment of like stuff in like Romancing Saga, Grand Blue, I would not say FGO, compared to Genshin, I'm like, damn, you gotta give like a more steady source of something. Otherwise, people will just be very reluctant or just pissed with what little they have, and then it's just like, well, I managed to save up like 20 pulls. Let's see, nothing. And it's like, you know, FGO runs like 4 limited banners at the time, and often runs at least 2. Oh yeah, they give a variety of banners for people to like take a look at and pull on if they really want to. Although whether or not people have the luck or the same course to pull for them is a different matter, but at the very least, like they don't take forever to get to the banners, at least. Well, unless you looked at the JP schedule and really want to look forward to like upcoming servants 2 years or so down the line, but I guess that's a different thing altogether. Anyways, let's get back to the trial. In other words, there is more to the demonstration than we realized at first. Just don't spoil yourself in advance. I try not to spoil myself with stuff in FGO JP, but then all a fan art comes in. How do you avoid that? It's impossible. It's like, oh, I was like, oh, this fan art looks cool. What is it? Oh, it's the new server in FGO. Shh, god fucking damn it. I'm like, ah, it's impossible. Like, it's impossible to avoid character spoilers, but story spoilers, obviously, people don't really talk about that much. Or at least, like, I know how to avoid that. But then, just the character reveals when a new person comes up, I mean, just look at, what was it, from, like, Castor Artoria to, Tamamovich or Koyanskaya and stuff. It's like, yeah, with how huge their like reveals are on JP, I don't think I can avoid that for about 2 years to wait for that in NA, especially with a plethora of fan art, and especially a like surprising surge of said fan art. I'm like, huh, why am I seeing even more fan art of Tamamovich lately? Oh, that's why she's an actual character now. I'm like, oh. Can't even spoil yourself with Genshin banners because you get to data mines. Data mines are usually of dubious quality. Huh. Anyways, back to this. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprits. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed to set up
or was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Fan art kind of ruins your ability to stay unspoiled. Like, the only thing going for me in that part in terms of spoiler territory is like the actual like story with which they belong to, like reading the singularities or lost spells as they come up, or event stories. Being that you collect Grand Blue and FGO fan art. At least with like Grand Blue, there's no regional difference because there's only one region in Grand Blue, so you can't necessarily spoil yourself like that. But like playing with a maintained regional difference in FGO, yeah, unless you deliberately want to live under a rock and ignore the existence of like artist Twitters and Pixivs and like FGO like subreddit if you want to just get general news or guides on events, especially when people don't fucking spoiler tag their goddamn posts. Yeah. Not to mention the comments. By the way, about the Grand Blue event. I haven't done the Grand Blue event yet, but I heard from a friend of mine that it's really meh to kind of bad. So I'm kind of reluctant to stream it, but maybe, I don't know. It's kind of bad. Yeah, I heard like I just heard a very lukewarm or just meh response to it. It's like, man, it's an event that more sets up stuff and everything. Bro, how long are they gonna keep building up stuff with that event series? Like, I kind of forgotten a lot of details from the Arthur stuff, or the actually what's the series called again? Like the Fiendrash series, or what's the series name? But either way, like I'm so out of touch with that, and just like I really don't care about that particular series compared to the other event series in Grand Blue. Oh, Dragon Knights? Oh, yeah, my bad, yeah. I don't really... Like, a lot of the Dragon Knights events, at least to my recollection, like... I don't really remember them as well as, like, let's say Fallen Society events or other stuff like that. You hope they ended next year, but you doubt it? Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it's, like... It feels like they don't really know what they're doing, at least judging by the response with regards to the Dragon Knights, in terms of like the overarching story. Seems like it has another 2 or 3 events in it. Oh, god damn it, dude. I want some different events. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Oh, Consul, you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Mr. Drebber had an accomplice or if he even is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. What's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice? Or not? Oh god, I don't know, dude. So one of the main issues he feels that the Dragon Knights are the main group of characters they market towards the part of the fan base that likes the male characters a lot. They did test the waters with the sauna event though. Hey, the sauna event was pretty kick-ass though. The sauna event was pretty kick-ass. You gotta give the guys some love too. I just mostly found it pretty funny with all the male fan service in that event.
And some of the silly shenanigans like the other middle-aged guys like get caught up in. I'm like, also meanwhile you have Ayer there just chilling with the sauna. It's like, and he's just being like strung along for the ride as well. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, dude, why are there so many like older men around here right now? I just want to chill, dude. That was pretty funny. Please pander towards the more muscular characters, please. I mean, they did give them their moment in the spotlight, so at least they did something. So, okay, did Drebber have an accomplice? I don't think. Nah, not even. If you make a female character more jacked than Florido, that'd be great. Oh yeah, that'd be cool as well. I don't. So Ryunosuke just blurted out they're him having an accomplice. But then he said it's just a hunch. But then if I name an accomplice, who's left? Because obviously it won't be these guys. Won't be Strongheart. Won't be the apprentice. Won't be Gina. Shouldn't be Gregson. I don't know. I feel like we need to see something out of Tuspos, but not right now. Although I feel like, I mean, this is pretty much like an illusion of choice moment, I would imagine, since we're not at risk here. I think. But like, I mean, we can't just back down after thinking about that, right? Oh, fuck it. Let's face it, I have no idea who his accomplice might actually have been. Which isn't the strongest position to be in, is it, Ryunosuke? Mr. Naruhodo, think of the sword at your side. Karuma is crying out. Sorry? Crying out for you, to show the strength of your conviction now as a lawyer. Yes, you're right. This sword that I inherited, which embodies the will of my best friend. It is my own accomplice, or is my own accomplice. I'm not sure that's quite the right word, but that's the spirit, certainly. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. That inconsistency itself is the clue. Oh. But my lord, you all received the stock warning already. You're nevertheless determined. And I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Okay. According to the coroner's report, but the only one who did the autopsy was Courtney Sith. She's the only one, or at least like the main person who took a look at Adi Asman.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... Nah. Okay, so that's not it. Oh wait, they said in the did it say who? The inconsistency. Thinking the report was faulty? I wouldn't say... maybe? But... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Oh, I was right. It was pretty obvious when they pointed it out with the coroner's report, but... could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Council. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith. What? What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Sith? The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to... I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your arguments. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. That cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer, But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Well, who else can make waxworks that look very convincing to the real thing? I'm gonna name someone. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns.
by revealing the identity of the person who acted as Mr. Asmon's body double.
Oh, the identity of the person. Oh, whoops. I misinterpreted something. Shit.
Be my guest. Give us a name. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! In place of Mr. Asmon, the second birdcage was...
Well, shit. Okay. I didn't. I kind of misinterpreted. I kind of misinterpreted. I just completely misunderstood it.
In place.
Okay. Hold on.
Must have contained another body. No missing persons or accidental deaths. There is no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of the... There are 2 bird cages. There must have been 1 person inside each. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Inside the balloon, the body double, any witnesses would have only seen them from far away. So who was it that appeared? Who?
It was you. Wait a second. No way. No, hold on. I don't really have much choice here. Obviously, could it be the apprentice? Because we already have a very large assumption of who he actually is, given Sasato's reaction. Well, obviously it was Mr. Sholmes himself.
In place of Mr. Asmon.
No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, I think I just picked the wrong option in general, so I'm just gonna fucking pick it.
Take that!
Yeah. I would not. Would anyone? Yeah, okay, get me out of this dialogue. Get me out of this dialogue branch.
Present evidence? The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmon's body double. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
Yeah, I had a... okay. This is the only thing I gotta work with here to show the possibility of a convincing look-alike at this point. Because the key thing is, any witnesses would have saw it from 60 feet away, so they wouldn't be able to discern exact details.
Take that!
Okay, so yeah, that was my first guess, or that was kind of my first guess, but I second guessed myself with like naming someone, or at least like going the roundabout way of talking about Madame Tussbles. Okay. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. Tricky with the train of thought? No, it's more like I trick myself more than anything. It's kind of like the usual case when it comes to Ace Attorney games. I'm like, it's like, oh wait, I know. But wait, like, what if we think about it like this? And it's like, bro, your first line of thought's the same. It's like, you'll get to that point you just thought about by presenting this current thing you initially guessed, my dude. I'm like, yeah, I know, that's just a bad habit or from every Ace Attorney game I've played. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... Wait, hold on, someone pinged me. I don't know, man. It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. Excuse me. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there! When did we pull that out? When did we pull that out? Who put that there?
Objection!
You know, I think at this point Van Zisu just like skip the step of throwing his bottle into the public gallery and throw it directly at Ryunosuke right now. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. No. he just like keeps his eyes closed the entire time. Now tell me. What are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. What's that? A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim, in fact. It could hardly resemble him, no less. What possible justification can you give? Well, if you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harewood performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussbles. Did you say abducted? 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Isn't this true, or is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebel would have stolen the waxwork, then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Ugh.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe that this far-fetched tale, What do you decide?
Objection!
Slap. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord. Oh. I need to speak, if you please. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Ah, shit. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Oh.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
With the corn! Yeah, I imagine they don't want to hear any more of this shit, even though we're totally right here. So, as indicated by the foreman, a jury has reached a consensus. You know, about damn time, actually. Like, the whole first game, I was pretty pissed about the jury immediately reacting to guilty, like, upon the first, maybe second cross-examination. We're in the final trial part after all this time in case 3. Thank goodness that they let up on the jury's what was it? Oh, what was that word I'm looking for? But yeah, just how quickly they reach a guilty verdict out of nowhere. It'd be very funny if one case, this whole thing, we preemptively decided on a verdict, but then they all say not guilty. I knew that was going to happen. We should get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. The jurors' contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense that, to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I had my own problems with the members of the police. I did not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper dub, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that his face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. and why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you're ready, Consul, we may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it!
The order of things seem to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. I probably didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Sith, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her. Head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We're all out to uphold justice, lad. For the Vim we were. For the Vim.
That's coming across loud and clear.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
But we're only just starting to understand this case. ... What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it's Dr. Sith who in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of this scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, if you don't want to. One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor right there, or just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sith would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. She's one of those. I've had my own problems with members of the police. I don't trust them much.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Well, let's just say we ran into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the streets.
Right, I see. Oh, obviously, artists such as myself can't appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. Let the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Audible. What are you calling a mass murder? Huh? What? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Clearly you do. Oh, back in my day, back in the good old days. It wasn't like this. Well, what was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have caught a coroner to question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. There's that name again. There's that name again. Excuse me. He was the best of the best. Now let Apple... Wait, hold on just a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Oh, sorry, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sith's maiden name. Ew. Ew. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. She does have a kid? True. True. Oh, of course, yes, silly me. It's, Sept now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those are the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she? What'd you say? No. That woman is still the best coroner on the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish! That would never pass my lips! I'd never describe anybody in that way, ever. Not if they're still in the game. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sith is an extremely talented coroner. Can that be fair? Oh, it would. Going for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Legendary. I don't think we have enough just yet.
Hold it!
But you claimed that the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. Well, there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit would have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Well, the point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage? Huh. Can I produce that or not? Oh! The glass! The glass! Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. In your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So, you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying.
Take that!
What was that? A piece of glass? That was unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated? Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say that color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you just showed me here, yes, I feel obligated to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now. Statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me little doubt wax was indeed inside the cage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. Ah. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some word of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly?
Hold it!
I'm about to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's been going back on the farm. Picked him off of me in the town. He's a proper nibbler, is he? Or is? Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've something big to decide, the colonels always pull me in the right direction. See? You're talking about your cob of corn. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. Me time's awfully full already. Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model was or the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really isn't a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmon's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruto, I'm sure you can do this. Right, yes. I haven't had a rice cracker in forever.
The pun gets points from you is very corny. I was not ready for psychological damage tonight. So, the piece of glass leaves you little doubt that Waxwork was in the birdcage.
Objection!
Shit. The jury isn't listening. Reserve a coffee. I heard every sorry word. Yo, let that one slide, it's buttery smooth. So, Kinston without... Oh, would it be the girl then?
Objection!
Yeah, that was like my second guess.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment. Juror number 5. Oh, you mean me. You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Konokov, to be honest. Of course you don't.
Random selection at its finest.
Oh, if I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion you rose about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Make a motion to remove the corn girl from the jury.
Ah, well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be.
The people we let on the jury, dude. Come on.
See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got something between, or who's got stuff in between the ears.
Stuff in between the, oh, I guess like a brain. Well, as long as you change your leaning.
Success, if you can call it that.
Of course, if he's got some evidence, is the whole, that's a whole other corner of the cob in it. Now warrants further research. The wheels of fate are turning. Rebel 1. So, police. So...
Hold it!
Yeah, no, nothing new there. It's being Wheels of Fate multi-blood soon. Oh yeah, a lot of my friends have been getting hyped for it, and some of saw the leaks with a certain someone on the roster. I mean, at this point, like, the pictures spread everywhere at this point. But, yeah.
Hold it! Hold it!
Let me just press everyone one more time, just to see if there's anything new here.
Hold it!
Cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Scotland yardstick. I mean, I guess, like, this is, like, the only... I guess this is the only thing we gotta work with. Because the time for pressing is over, pretty much. You just gotta pit. Oh, I just don't see how... No, I don't see how this statement really... Legendary even then, don't trust them much. And do the corner. Utter nonsense that those two would be conniving with one another. Don't trust... maybe? Well, I'll just go with my gut feeling first and then suffer.
Objection!
Yay, we're suffering! Nah, I don't want to go through that whole animation.
Objection!
Nah, we're gonna brute force this because, yeah. Although I guess it might be, although I guess, like, we do need a basis on the lady, actually. The waxwork, the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. So why would you assume that? Romantic, might say new every day if you don't want to. Relationship between defendant. Demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sith would be enough. The waxwork and Dr. Sith would be enough. Waxwork and Dr. Sith. Hmm. Hmm.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm kind of out of ideas right now. Time for the good old brute force. Forgive me for not thinking this one through. Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, legendary corner. Wait, I already presented with these two, right?
Objection!
Yeah, I already presented with those two. I could have done this in order so that I could have like done this cleanly.
Hold it!
Okay, let me look again. Real policing. Dr. Sith in charge of examining the bodies. Evidence to arrest the people responsible. Somehow involved in this murky business.
Objection!
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I was gonna. Okay, I'm done. I'm just gonna brute force.
Objection!
Yeah. Although I'm pretty sure that the foreman is dead set and I would need to direct my attention elsewhere. Nah, this doesn't even contradict at all.
Objection!
So I already presented.
Objection!
Yeah. Okay. So we're done with this guy. I already presented it with these two, right?
Objection!
Yeah.
Objection!
Oh. Hmm. Good gracious. To who stay with you or for a council? So, jury number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard about what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, or it's brought to light the name of the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman in society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens. Through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh goodness, evidence you say? How? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the defense cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith to the mass murderer known as the Professor. I know this is it, but I'm paranoid. I don't want to load all the way back.
Take that!
Yeah.
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's... But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago now. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber was very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary.
She's just here for the thrill.
We're surely obligated now to explore this further.
For her own personal enjoyment.
Oh, quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Now all there's still this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this back in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As the result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. Facts and logic, evidence and testimony. We never had those back in the day. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tusples, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Ah, need some candy.
Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Okay, hold on real quick. Hold on. Here we go.
Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least.
Actually, wait, let me move my mic real quick. Okay.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Ziek is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxworker, the killer who took his esteemed brother's life, makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of a man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Oh yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the Sept. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone, with no intersection to any other. Ah, math jokes. Excuse me. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. The Dr. Sith. Ah, Courtney Sith. Ne Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman in the jury had a lot to say about you. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sith. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it from me. But attempting to hide the truth from the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I've no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
So we're gonna have to provide a very, very convincing argument or present over, like, undeniable evidence that would force Dr. Sith to come take the stand. Otherwise, she won't say shit, especially under Strongheart's orders.
She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it mean? Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sights. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
Sholmes's caramel.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass.
Oh boy.
It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. The court is aware the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks.
My lord. Sorry about that. I'm kind of using candy right now.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tusples?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tusples to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sith. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Esmeralda Tusples. I'm a waxwork artisan. I wonder who that is. And the proprietress of the Madame Tusples Museum of Waxwork. You have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so we finally get a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving on that face, onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? That is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprits. However, according to what I had just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Audie Asman. Well, of course, I know him very well. He's a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. A trial that took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tusples' principles. What principles? The family Tusples has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. It's voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tusples waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tusples family is said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed. That is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death. Actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tusples would stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Did you mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tusples special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel family's principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Well then. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster! Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Oh god. Wait, Charles Darwin? Wait, the Great Stink? Huh. Was the ball mask to blame for the Great Blaze? Famed magician John Henry Anderson. Huh. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw photographs signed by Audie Asman. Let's keep that in mind. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. Oh, can we not, like... Okay. I guess we can't, like, investigate it like we did with this. Alright, some later point then. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor that you see before you, or the professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with a cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sith, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sith and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Oh, right, I know what you're talking about, I think. Oh, of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. A gunshot? The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him. Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But, was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So, I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Huh.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? It is. Assuming that the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Kome ka? Is that how you pronounce it? No! My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, even a symbol of status. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. Hardened yet still slightly soft. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspels. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by the monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to scope him, to record this history. Is the Ryzen how do you pronounce that? Ryzen Dieter, or whatever, of the Tuspels Museum. But the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution. Then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. So it's pronounced Dea. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I had missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of the cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. What? It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. Then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education. It was like a scary one. So, 3 hours after death, it stiffens. 10 hours onward, it's completely stuck. And then after 10 hours, it slowly loosens up. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and starts in the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open. It's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about the information the courts just heard from Madame Tusples. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I don't mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Going to have to ask you to bury that one, Susato. Oh my god. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. Or bien sûr? Very long time before the onset of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you describe whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? We, I don't know French, dude. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize the waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. It's Seiya, or Seisa. Seisa. Okay. None. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I can ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. Not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I suppose, I cannot say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise that year. Okay, wait, hold on. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. So wait. So 3 hours post-death. So from midnight to 3. That was before the muscles start to stiffen. So that was her opportunity to try to like hold the mouth back up or something like that. That really is early. The fact is I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what she said particularly significant? Oh. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Oh, right, because before the muscles stiffened, it always kept falling instead of... Oh, so then she waited with the mouth closed and the body in proper place until it's been 3 hours after the fact. And then she spent half an hour afterwards once it started from the jaw. Very long time before the onset of... Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. At sunrise at 4 in the morning will be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not what I meant by significant. Probably amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. Hey, Lum, how you doing? Half an hour before sunrise.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden, too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger. As I said, you cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret of, or the secret is no longer secret. Huh? The sunrise was 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. That must be correct. Can you get food soon? Ah. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto? For some reason, Dr. Sith went along with Drever's plan. Now, that's really true. Then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue in this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Aww. Wait, what do I object with? Wait, what's inconsistent here? So wait. The newly interred professor forced off his grave cover. No, but we already established that. Or wait, no. The only thing, what was it? This parts of, I think they said they meant parts of the story's fabricated, right? So then, we know that he's always been dead. But...
Hold it!
Do you have any reason you believe he might be discovered? Paid the gravedigger. Already paid, can't buy everyone's silence. Round 4. Huh. Dark red stains.
Hold it!
Aww.
Surely that's illegal. Hidden the true face. Took a wax impression 10 years ago. Very long time before the onset. Oh, what? Huh? The camera will be relevant soon, but not. I don't. Not right now. What do I even present here? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Okay, wait, what connections am I not making here? In terms of what doesn't add up. So that's all I have to go on. So wait, Dr. Sith went along with Drever's plan to get the professor's wax body. Professor's the only thing that links the pair of them. Waxer must be a clue to this mystery. Aww. It was before the onset. It took me a very long time. So she was trying to make the mold before? Wait, half an hour by sunrise, and we already mentioned 4:40 a.m. Huh.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm just spitballing. I don't know. Took me a very long time because it was...
Hold it!
What? Okay, wait. Starts at the jaw, 3 hours post-death. Hmm. Took a very long time. Would it be?
Objection!
Okay. God, my brain is really slow right now. Madam Tusples, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And, is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. How do you pronounce that? Are you going to explain yourself, my Japanese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tusples was creating her wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sith's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Oh, right, because that would have, yeah, that would have been 4:10, 3 hours, with an extra hour and 10 minutes to increase the stiffening of the body. No. Quoi? Is that how? Quoi? Huh. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oui, yes, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. Well, in that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sith, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Whoa, extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but to explain the link between Dr. Sith and the professor and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened the night of the professor's execution. The camera.
Take that!
What have we here?
See, before considering the night of the execution, I would strongly advise the defensive concentration was happening right now in this courtroom. Okay, I jumped to conclusions, forgive me. Okay, let's focus again. I won't let anyone execute you, Mr. Naruhodo, not tonight. What really happened that night on... What happened on the night of the professor's execution? Or... Me? That's the only other... Yeah, that's the only other thing we could have guessed with. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead, following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? Well, the point is, as the article says, there was a witness. There's a witness to what happened. My word, yes, indeed. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. Surely there'll be no hope of finding him. Surely everyone can read the newspaper article that reads specifically who it was that found the corpse of a Mr. Enoch Drebber. Read the goddamn fine print!
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, right before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern and stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is the 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Rabble, 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 rabble. Order! Order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? She doesn't know. Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. Well, what situation? Well, the theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But that would mean... Madame Tussauds. It would appear that you know the name Enoch Drebber. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. It is his discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit in my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, didn't you? Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago now, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, obstinately to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sith would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sith put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. Oh. My lord. This court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sith is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks wouldn't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Oh, Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it from me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody will want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Ooh. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Damn. Van Ziek's going rogue. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith both take the stand together. Order! Order! Very well. I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sith of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime never would have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. This music! Thank you for your attendance at such notice, Dr. Sith. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If if there's even the hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sith, as the investigating coroner, you're the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. Hey Sarah, thank you for the host. How's it going? We're getting to a very, very crucial part of this case, and oh my god. I feel Van Ziek's relation and reactions are the most engaging aspects of this. Oh yeah. Like, instead of us being the sole force driving this forward, Van Ziek's, with how connected he is to the professor case and how much he wants to get closure on who the killer is and get to the bottom of everything, he has every reason to pursue the truth, even if it means betraying the prosecutor's office and Scotland Yard. So we're all turning our backs on the entirety of Britain if this is supposed to be a national secret that is not to be exposed under any circumstance, just so Van Zieks can find out what really happened. So yeah, he was connected from the start due to being friends with the defendant. Yeah, this is a wild roller coaster ride. And keep in mind, this is only case 3. So, if we're going through all of this right now, what the hell is gonna top this with case 4 and 5? Like, what the heck? How are they gonna top this? Because this is getting really crazy already. What are you talking about? I'm talking about, of course, about the waxwork. Case 5 is gonna be nuts. I bet, it better be. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it'll make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sith's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court! Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that that's what he really saw, especially now after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Was Steven Drebber's aim here? I don't know. I can't pin this down on why, like, he would look for the professor in the first place and go through all these links for the body double and like this potential collusion and everything. I have no idea what his true aim is. What an interesting twist. Huh? When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, or what it's worth. Ooh. That body language. That body language. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. Maybe he wants to prove what he saw that night, or had a reason for being in the graveyard aside from grave robbing for medical practice. Nah, there's no way he would rob a body for medical practice. For simply medical practice. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course. As you wish. The reason why I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. So aside from his research student, from what he does as a research student, he's got something else going on, a little side hustle, huh? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Huh. Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believe the corpse can come back from the dead. What? So, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? Medical students or students of science back in the day robbed graves for their studies after all. Huh. Actually, now that you put it out like that, yeah, I guess I can see that. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, I had the reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any vibe was buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That's quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, might I add. I see. Huh. Asman. Drebber. Drebber's fall from grace from his medical career after having his name publicized. God is angry. Hey, Derpy. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, at the time, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Excuse me. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. Yeah, at once, my lord. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. Actually, let's go back to the scene. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and the spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we, young research students, had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We could never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a very serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Even Van Zeeks has joined the pun train. Yes, the illustration, blah 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 blah. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end though, there was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague throughout the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story that was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well... Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Millgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. The bloody camera. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against the irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. All that. The camera with the blood stain, Now we can show this.
Objection!
Son of a bitch! Too early. I had a feeling I'd be jumping too quickly too soon. Never actually saw the professor at all. Never actually saw the professor. But then... Okay, so then this would have to be it then.
Objection!
Son of a bitch! Okay, fine, let me press the rest of the stuff first and then we'll go back to that.
Hold it!
But that young woman being Madame Tusples, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, I pronounce that again. Wait, I believe it was like, hold on, let me scroll up. That part's supposed to pronounce Sa? Yeah. I went by the name published in the article and, Kome-sa, I found the man. So wait. You don't think you've seen a version of... that version of... I don't know. I don't know much French. At all. Yes, in the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. The young lady put £5 in front of me. Still, you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? The camera! The camera! Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. When I still have it, Monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to the Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. So wait, it's a French C with a mark at the bottom, making it be pronounced like an S. Okay, now we can present it. I think. Let me see.
Objection!
Son of a bitch. Oh, no, don't save that, don't save that. Okay.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. Oh, I wonder if I have to press. Oh, I wonder if I have to press again for to go back to that line about that particular evidence, and then it'll prompt me. Maybe. Let me see. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And have been running out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrayne was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because of his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sith's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sith are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Hold it!
Oh, no? Okay, so we need to go back to just him. So we're back at this point again. I'm 100% sure it's this statement. Yeah, this is just more context and other stuff. Yeah. Never actually saw... Unless I need to investigate the camera again, which that wouldn't make sense. Photographic plate goes. That's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Drebber used that night? I never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tuspel's. Keen, everything being true to life.
we already went over this, but I mean, we already presented this before, so it doesn't make sense to.
Attention.
Yeah. Okay, wait. So wait. He hasn't actually seen. Okay, let me take another look. I'm so dead set on this tunnel visioning a little bit too much here. So at Lowgate Cemetery, young man who witnessed was on the second gunshot rang out, pierced. Wait, what the heck is this? Mad Sheep Rampage. Never actually saw the professor. You have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor at night. Evidence proves professor at night. I doubt this is. Nah, it's not relevant at all.
Objection.
It was back at the newspaper article? I get that it was kind of obvious, but it's just like, nah, I think it's just a case of me skipping ahead again. So, such a bad habit, dude. I can't help it. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night 10 years ago. Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there. And you were not. I know what I didn't see. Well, the illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in closed court's ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were able to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. Unless she'd actually seen the professor that night. It's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Oh. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses. I realized that I've been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Oh, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. God damn. What in fact witness was a fellow grave robber at work? What? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy at the cemetery at night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw
Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're actually claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business yourself. Many of the medical students will wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, the gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work perhaps, and fired upon one of them. Huh. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it is an embellishment bolted.
Strange.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madam Tusples, don't take it on, Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshots. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tusples, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tusples. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Oh, come on! Do you really expect us to believe— Control yourself, Consul. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. But very well. Okay. Now I can show this shit.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we, borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And? Is that supposed to be significant? Well, this kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows, like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Oh. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting— Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood. something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith? It would be difficult to determine if that was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tussble's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Ah! There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. Well, whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shooting someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith. Sith? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine that if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? Imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond the joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Sith wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Huh. Okay, that was not the kind of screen I wanted to make, but yeah. Lord Vanzeeks? Pray forgive my freshly filled a hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at the present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nepentese friend?
Consider what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this young woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture will be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or forgetting that his death results in me not receiving a single penny. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? Why was that, or what was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let us see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
I like how he leans back.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to any more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright.
Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Mr. Drebber? There is a connection that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is.
2?
Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Why Drebber... Wait. Motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead. So why Drebber wanted Asman dead? Or for what reason would he go to them? Well, I mean, there's the... I would imagine the Waxburg head, right? Asman and Drebber. Oh, wait. Asman. So maybe this wasn't necessarily for monetary gain, but would this actually just come down to simple revenge? For basically ruining his entire medical career by publicizing his name in the article, and every other newspaper didn't publish a name? Because he's the journalist that drew the entire picture.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That
was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That dribble should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Okay, hold on. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. So, okay, we got the newspaper, but then, whoops. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with a newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. No, I don't think this really means anything here. Means nothing. The motive for which he will want him dead. The reasoning. I think. Wait, would this be the time to present the trophy? Because it was awarded to Drebber for his work as a young scientist at the time. But then the article destroyed basically everything he built up in life up to that point. I think that's it here. I think that's it.
Take that!
Damn it! Half an education, and irony wasn't included in the syllabus. Okay, we can take that out now. I see it now. It's a play on syllabus and syllables. The irony. That was just a pun, Mr. Naruto. The irony was elsewhere. Hey, Patchy. How you doing? Doesn't sound with the second piece of evidence, which remains elusive. Okay. The motive.
Take that!
Yeah. That was not the right guess. Okay, so then... the motive... Or was it really the contract again? It was really a contract again, wasn't it? Wait. So then the newspaper article with a certain piece of evidence. Oh, wait. Was it as simple as that?
Take that!
It was as simple as that.
Okay. That's what I get for not following through with my gut feeling, but I'm like, no, wait, is it really going back to the contract again? It's like, I didn't really connect two and two together. Connected two and two and came up with three. That's basically what happened here.
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? What? There's something very significant that this newspaper and the article, and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Awry Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? No. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they were identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Awry Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. A grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it into print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. I was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, might I add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, Iswali held a belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. Well, they struggled to struggled down with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and be patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious! Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only us select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. Okay, now I can present the trophy. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? But this shows you had talent.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found out at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? Well, it's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Oh? The truth is... Finally, he's going to fall. Ryunosuke. Oh. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Sith, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was a professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. Ooh, there was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sith, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night. 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There's really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? Nope. I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove that I did anything wrong. No! Order! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Yeah, we did go off on a wild tangent. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Tez has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Oh, you mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? No. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence by exposing a national secret. Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or the defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why didn't Dr. Sith suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will suddenly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... further testimony.
Objection!
When we're not exposing national secrets in an Ace Attorney game.
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nepalese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth, the whole truth,
and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sith. Testimony from me. About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case this escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted from. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Ooh. Pray forgive my careless handling of the hallowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid!
If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
Yo, what? Lord Van Zieks? This is most irregular to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sith, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated by the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. So that's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit. And then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination. I would say objection. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sith's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Those darn Japanese! Oh my god, dude. The racism. The discrimination.
Very well. If you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay, I need one final sip of my water. Here we go.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind it... Oh no, my sleepiness. No, I want to finish this. Well, I'll finish even if I have to stay up until 3 in the morning. Yet despite not knowing who was actually behind... despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Well, that was the victim's body. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out this trick then? It was quite obvious what happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and then the waxwork, I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. Why were you given such instructions? Excuse me. Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrained alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that it was your doing? I fetched Harebrained's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There is a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word! What is it, Mrs. Otto? Something about Dr. Sith's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Sith. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What do I want her to supplement her testimony with is what she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. I love how he's joining with those symbols. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it laid in a topple cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. Although, wait, let me reread the actual cause of death again, just in case. Hold on. Heart, vertebra, impact, sudden fall. No, she could have. Actually, wouldn't this look kind of hard to... Wait. She said she had to open it up, but then... Or maybe she stood inside it for a moment, like, as it was laying down like this, after opening it up and then... Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay, and plunged the screwdriver. Okay, wait, did I get... Wait, maybe I pressed the wrong thing. Let me see. Well, what did... Lean slowly opened it up. Screwdriver, both hands, man's chest. Noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. The trauma from the 30-foot drop. Something about the last statement. So it was you who stabbed Asma with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Hold it! Okay, wait a second. You mean what you did with this, correct? I was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions. In his words. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. So you went without any of your team to where Mr. Asman had fallen. That's correct. That's right, yes. Leaned down, opened it up. No, she could have, like... No, I think she could have bent to the... Recording... Hold on, this is eating away at me. Let me see how she explains herself with the other testimony. It could be appropriate. She could ask to change the supplementary she gave before. Have her change it. Dr. Sith, what you said before about the real cause of death. I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well.
Was the neck trauma he experienced from the fall?
I'm quite sure of that. It was a result of, of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's go back to the testimony. Very well.
Hold it!
The entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk of chivalry. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I considered their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? Truth of the execution 10 years ago.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. I take full responsibility.
Blow me down!
Dr. Sith! Surely there was another way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Oh, I nearly froze under that cold stare she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruto. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. As a result of the 30-foot fall. So a 30-foot fall, or how she stabbed. Was there? Hold on. In how she stabbed. In how she stabbed. Okay, hold on. Let me change back. Let me change the testimony back. I have a feeling it's with how she's stabbed.
bucket.
Objection!
Yeah, that wasn't it. I knew it. I knew it. No, don't say that. Stood over. Topple cage.
Objection!
Ah, okay, so my second guess was right about that picture.
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue?
Ooh, this music! That was a bit of a tough one. Although, honestly, I'm not exactly sure how to explain why I decided to choose the photo. But, I just roleplay as Ryunosuke from it, and just like, I just had a feeling.
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
Was he getting at? Even I don't know myself.
I just went with a gut feeling. I'm like, there's something about this picture. I still can't put my tongue on like exactly what it is like Ryunosuke actually figured out.
Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency?
So wait, we're objecting because of how she stabbed. How she stabbed Mr. Asman. So what's wrong with this picture that's inconsistent with how she took both her hands and drove the screwdriver into the chest like this? Would it just be here in general, or am I missing something? The alleged inconsistency with the statement. Hold on. So I stood over the corpse where it lay in the toppled cage, plunged a screwdriver. Hold on. Leaned over and okay, wait. And then what about the photograph? Or is it really just like the stab wound here and I'm overthinking it? Something about how she stabbed. Or okay, let's just go with my first guess.
Take that!
Oh, okay. So that was odd. I'm trying to like overthink this so much. I'm like, is there something I'm missing about like just something about the body? Okay.
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends downwards, in a downwards direction towards the man's feet.
Oh.
And why is that significant, Counsel? Well, the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Ah! course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sith made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and that the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions, for it to have formed that longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case when you stab Mr. Asman. It must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sith, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sith, you claimed that you were coerced into helping Mr. Drever as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendants. You claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sith's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? Give me a second here. So, okay. So we now know that Mr. Asman was stabbed standing up, as evidenced by the blood going down. So then, if that's the case, then that would mean... So Asman loaded himself into the birdcage, like on top of the experimentation stage. Clearly the stabbing wouldn't have happened there. But then was there some way... Or maybe he did somehow survive the fall, because I was wondering, like, wait, was there something to stop the birdcage from... No, it doesn't make sense there's something to lower the birdcage, because otherwise it wouldn't have had suffered damage at its base, so it dropped Mr. Asman along with it. Asman survived, and I guess he stood up, tried to get out, or something. Excuse me. I guess just the autopsy report? You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply cannot fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. But then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit for yourself. Can you honestly say that's not what happened? Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. Well, good. Glad to hear it. Oh, you had me going. Okay, you know what? What on earth was the purpose of that exchange council? So actually, I wonder. So I assume just. Wait a second.
Guilty.
Wait a second.
Guilty.
Wait a second.
Guilty.
Wait a second.
Guilty!
Wait a second.
Kill me.
Wait a second. Oh, come on. Look, I was curious about how they do this because the judge, the judge himself was about to basically, like, rule not guilty because he is no longer involved. But then if you fuck up, it's like, well, you know what, Hairbrain, you're guilty. Excuse me? I thought we get, like, a bad end scene a la Justice for All if you chose to go with innocent instead of guilty. Or something like that. I also thank you for the 20 months, Hongdoken. Shay didn't take time to make an alternative loot segment here. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, excuse me? That's so dumb. You claim that you made changes to the scene. Oh, she was coerced? Dr. Sith, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all. What? If you were, where is the note? It's nowhere to be seen. Huh. That's as may be. So why don't you present it to the court? If the assertion vexes you, obviously I've already disposed of it. And not vexing this. Yeah, I had a feel. I'm like, she would not be that fucking stupid to leave the note. It'd be like in any one of those things where it's like, okay, you read the instructions for this hit you're going to do, burn the note, and do your job. And it's like, nah, I'll keep the note. It's like, excuse me. I knew that was stupid. Okay. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen over, or would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that's the misapprehension. He wasn't actually dead straight out. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while. When he came around, he got to his feet and climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Oh! Mr. Audi Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith. Ah! Order! Order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would ever do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Mr. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. Hearing Susato say objection is pretty nice. Oh yeah. But there's no known connection to Dr. Sith here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, but there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner must have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What is it, or what was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The scalp? The 500 scalpels? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Ah! It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! What was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory? Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's in a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one of the entries seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Ooh. 500 scalpels? A month? At first I wondered what on earth they'd be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them. Disappearing every month from the department's accounts. The money for them. Ah. Mr. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sith's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Oh, darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So, in the end you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever! You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. No. Just kidding. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses and their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide by their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Trevor. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It was made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived of you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or Dr. Scythe, or Sith to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article, on the front page, caught my eye. About the coroner who handled the bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensic team. And when I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale! He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially purely for selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but he had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would forever be branded as a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I.
Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Sith? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. He's made great contributions to our profession over the years. It's a really hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes. It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor,
I spent my life thinking nothing about my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in that process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
no, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zieks.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh! Thank you, Eric.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Ah, what's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Woo! Party! Hey, can we open up the mask? Yo, Van Untouchables, are you still here? The world needs to know.
No, not really. But I want to know. Court is adjourned. Wait, but the mask. The mask, my dude. It's over. That was some trial. And before Lord Strongar comes in and like revokes his right to practice law in Britain and ships him right back to Japan. Strongheart would be a kind of pissed about this. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. It would not look good on Strongheart to do that though, given we're proven right. True. I still wonder what he will do though. Ah! Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Oh, thank you. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Hey, we need to be paid for our work. Who's gonna help feed Iris? Not Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are we going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? Iris makes money though. She writes books after all. True. But we still need to pay for the rest of the house. And also those various blends of tea. Those don't come for free. My hypothesis and great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow. Wait, huh? Oh. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Beric. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. Is that a way to describe your friend? You're one of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interest at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? Tom, it's been a long time since we left university, and we've got a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. Oh shit. Oh shit. Because once it's publicized that Albert would be acquitted of the crime, and then the truth of the rest of the case came to light, especially about the actual professor. Oh, all hell will break loose. But no! Hold on a minute, Beric! What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Beric. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right.
I remember being surprised at the time, thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now. So there's like a legit greater mystery behind the Reaper's curse. And he wants to make sure that his best friend is out of the freaking country. Because this isn't something he controls, but he just kind of goes along with it to go along with that, like, Reaper moniker and everything. But I guess, like, he legitimately wants to find out why these people have actually been dying.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Beric!
Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Oh, right. But does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany.
Anyway, goodbye for now.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. I thought you gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me the time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh shit. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as you walked away this time. The enigma, Beric Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then.
Ah, are we going back to check out the waxwork, if it's still there?
Yeah.
So, are you satisfied? You saved the godless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Oh.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Bikotoba as well. Bikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Japanese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Japanese spirit, and it made a very great impression on me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, though he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? There was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could have very well have ended up at war.
What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Yes.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Father.
yeah.
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
You want your armband back?
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, and this. Yeah.
Karuma.
Yeesh.
Great blade of the Asogi clan.
I
Passed
return it,
down
huh?
through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Ooh.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Oh. Can't just leave you like that.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's a living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asugi, my best friend.
3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosmo Lord Van Seek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you worked out. So that young man's name was Kazuma Asugi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
The end. Holy shit. Holy shit. God damn. Twisted Karma and his last bow. God damn. Dude, what the hell is this case 3? Like, holy shit. Holy shit, dude. It took so long to read through all this, and oh my god. We finally learned that Cosmo's actually alive. I mean, I kind of wish there was like a different way, because like I just didn't like. I mean, the whole thing was like soured initially just because of how Cosmo just abruptly like basically just got bonked on the head after getting pushed onto the corner post of the bed and then just knocked out, assumed dead. But it's just like, come on, at least I kind of wish it was like an elaborate setup for that, like going to like case 3 or 4 or something, and then just having us see more of Kazuma in the first game, and then bring him back in this fashion or something like that. It's because like I would have, I would have been even more crazy about this, like if it wasn't just so abrupt during case 2, you know. Totally not retconned. Yeah, there's that too. Cause like, oh, we actually, I mean, maybe you could say that they left that theory open just in case, like they were thinking of possibilities of where to take the story. It's like the body was taken away. It's like, wait, we never seen Cosmo's actual body the whole time. like aside from the intro. And it's like, So I guess there's the like seed of doubt. Is like, wait, how come we never actually seen his body? Question mark. I don't know. I'm glad he's finally back now, so that we can actually see more of his character. But given that at this point in the story, I'm not sure how they'll shed more light on his character, if even, depending on how things play out. Because at this point, it's just going to be, or it most likely is going to be the larger parts of the main story coming into play, more than us taking enough time to actually get more familiar with Kazuma in general. Because we only had our impressions of them from case 1, from some flashbacks of case 2, and that's about it. And I'm like, man, like, I'm sure like he's a great person. I just wish they'd give us more time to like understand or whatever how great he is, like through his actions or just as a person in general. Like, let's say if they actually like if Cosmo actually didn't get outed like right away, or supposedly killed right away. I would like to see some interactions with like Ryunosuke, Kazuma, Susato, Sholmes, and Iris in London tearing it up and stuff, like Kazuma said. Like, it would have been nice if we'd seen that happen, like if we'd seen something like that between all of them for just like a little bit, and then break our hearts. But they broke our heart before there was even like a solid connection, But I'm like, But again, I mean, I'm glad we finally have him back, so we can actually continue that. But it's just, yeah, I'll always pretty much have a problem with this. But I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of how the story plays out, though. Despite my gripes with how they handled Kazuma so far, I really wonder, because all this time we spent was just the middle. What the heck is the last two? What the heck is the last two? Alright. It's getting really late. I'm really glad that I finally finished case 3. I think I might take a little break from Great Ace Attorney 2. Maybe just like a couple nights. Because, oh my god, that case took forever. Kind of want something else in between to kind of like vary things up, because oh my god. Let's play them now. Alright, 24-hour stream, let's fucking go! Unfortunately, my vocal cords are not willing to go along with me though. I need to get some water, my throat's killing me right now.